Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Tonight we're going to be picking back up with the Tomb Raider content of PowerWash Simulator. We'll see how that turns out for us. Verify all the little bits are in place here. Yep. So let's check in with the kitties before we get started. We have Ember top center up there. She is snoozing away in her preferred location. The same with Sammy, who is napping on the big pillow. Sky is currently getting his infrequent but intensive head pats. Mason and Sherbet has normal hiding out. One area that they sometimes hide out is I've got some soundproofing via curtains that I use, and the folds thereof seem to be nice little dark spots for them to hide in. So sometimes they like doing that. Let's get a bit of a zoom in going on here. There is Ember. And then here is Sammy. We'll see how things unfold cat-wise. Oh, bit of a big stretch there as Ember flips over. All right, well, let's hop back into it, folks. The Lara Croft's obstacle course and quad bike. All right, let's keep the music going, shall we? This time I'll totally remember that this is a click to continue screen and not just a loading screen. Obstacle course may seem an eccentric choice for the grounds of an archaeologist. But not all archaeologists like to sit around and dust off artifacts at a museum. Some of us like to dig a little deeper. Some of us like to punch Nazis on the back of moving trains. I see you, Scott. I do. Stopped petting him for a bit. Yep. Foolish me. Give him some more ear and chin scratches. He has been very affectionate today, though his love language is sometimes mayhem. Was making thumbnails and spent about half of the time keeping him off of the mouse. When he wasn't flopping over and, coincidentally swatting at it every time I looked away, he was going to the side and standing on, trying to reach over and stand on my shoulder to get my attention. But, hey buddy. Yep. You can still have more pets. Yep. This is the time that he picks, you know. So our plan here is to keep doing this until we run out of PowerWash content. My backup for pretty much every one of our games is more nonogram puzzles. Like me some puzzles. They're good times. Interesting alignment of the wood. Are the closely joined planks meant for like tires? Seems a needless addition. But what do I know about ATV obstacle courses? Watching somebody stream that Resident Evil 4 remake, and it reminded me of things where it's like there's always experiences that you haven't encountered in life, things that you don't know, kind of stuff. And one of them was they had a Mauser style gun, stereotypical German officer gun that looks kind of like a flat rectangle with a handle off one end and the barrel off the top of the other. And they often reloaded by having this little hatch in the top that you fed an actual clip, the metal strip with bullets in it, down the top and then pulled the strip out. Really clunky animation that they recreated in the game. Little, cumbersome maneuver there. I can't recall. I think it was one of the sniper games that I discovered that. Might have been a different one, but first time I saw that kind of thing. Read into it further to discover that that is indeed a thing. But not everybody has encountered those same things. Not everybody has actually looked into it. But sometimes it can be fun to learn that sort of thing. Even if you never make use of it in any fashion. Like some degrees, but less expensive. They said the ATV doesn't seem associated with the obstacle course, so I still have to wonder why some of those planks were tightly adjacent to each other, as opposed to the others that seem to be spaced for drainage or something like that. Rationale unclear. But it is what it is. I mentioned this before. With this game, I generally stick to a limited selection of the nozzles, outside, assuming it's not necessary for the kind of grime and surface we're dealing with to switch further. But I find the yellow and now the trident are sufficient for pretty much everything. Especially once you have the maximum pressure washer. Things go so much easier when you have endgame equipment. Pro strats, I know. They've set these up so that they give you access to sufficient minimum equipment to get through them in a reasonable amount of time. Even if you don't have all of the optimal kit, they actually give you access to some tools and some cleaning soap, that kind of stuff. This one gave us some wood soap for the soap nozzle. We have made it part of our mission not to use soap. You can't accomplish it with, skin stripping blasts of water, then you're not doing it right. You have to admire Square Enix's commitment to this property now. Very small climbing wall here. If you can cross some of these prior obstacles, this climbing wall is redundant. I'm pretty sure the user of this obstacle course is gonna, pommel horse vault this thing. Alone, you'd have to crouch down to grab these once you got up to the top. Even if you started here. Only suspend disbelief so much, obstacle course designer. Be scrubby. be doing some extra Danganronpa this week. Enjoying that one a lot. So I'm also looking forward to... I mean, the list is long right now. We've got Judgment, we've got Danganronpa, we've got Phoenix Wright. And we're in the last game of the Ace Attorney trilogy. And then we've got the Ace Attorney Great Detective or Ace Attorney Chronicles or whatever it is games to go through. The ones set in the past. I mean, technically all the Phoenix Wright games are set pretty far in the past. Chonky cell phones, very limited internet, that kind of thing. But these are farther in the past, you know. It does indeed, Tass. Nice simple scrubbing. It is fun how, canonically, time-traveling aliens effectively made you into a prophesized god. Spoilers for PowerWash Simulator's lore, which is bizarrely deep. How are you doing today, Tass? My sleep schedule has been all wonky again. I would say I'm trying to get that under control, but then I would be lying. I profess the interest in getting it under control. I feel like trying would be way too strong a term. Honest with ourselves, you know. Call it progress when I'm not backsliding wildly. little sleepy today, but also trying not to rely too much on, like, you know, caffeination to get us through it. I'd like to get that out of the system for at least a little while. Get back to a nice baseline. Some new stuff with thumbnails recently too. Oh, hey there, Zoe. Welcome back. We're doing some power wash today. Relaxing day, so definitely if you want to chat, feel free. Just want to listen to some high-pressure scrubbing and music, go right ahead. But if you would like to chat, how are you doing? There you go. Part of what I like about PowerWash Simulator is a remarkably zen experience. At the very least, it's quite easy to abnegate while you're doing it, you know. Head empty, only pressure wash. I'm really gonna have to climb up on that one. Also gonna have to climb inside there. Angles on this one are pretty awkward in places. This particular obstacle line. Mossy over here. the character design goal with the hair and ear floof was the impression of like fiber optic cables with a blue light running down them, so that the ends are glowing the color, but the rest of it looks kind of white. I like how that turned out. On top of that, it's hard not to appreciate floofy ears. Oh, wrong button there. Oop. Oop. Platform on top looks like the thing we need to get to next. He does have to appreciate how athletic the power washer is. He said after plummeting after trying to do a running jump. As he plummeted. To avoid falling, I better do that back from the ground. Continue going this way as if it were not apparent. Running, jumping, swinging, climbing, the essential repertoire for an adventurer. Constantly honing my skills is the difference between finding a relic and becoming one myself. It is. Little ding is like a major motivating force in this game. Just gonna push ahead and keep going. The constant looming motivation of getting just one more ding, you know? Also nice just to have a very concrete indicator that you're doing it right, that you're making progress. I feel like yellow is the way to go right now. sometimes playing this, you get the vibe of as if you've got a little, like a little golf bag that you're carrying around with you. Perhaps that there's an unseen assistant nearby. This looks like a 5-long scenario. That kind of thing is pretty much the entirety of my understanding of actually playing golf. The full knowledge that golf video games are pretty much completely different. Who'd have thought? As visually, the game has that nice sense as well that you've got the very distinct dirty segments, and you can see it being like stripped away, and as you're going through, you get those nice little swaths of clean through it, like this, which along with the chime, but just that look of having it being scrubbed away, it's kind of satisfying. It's another tangible progress indicator. Or if I do get quiet during this, I will chatter on about random things, though. As I mentioned, the game is sort of relaxing. So any talking I do is generally going to be about arbitrary things. Unless we start making up, pressure wash related elder god cults again. Which I guess still counts as random stuff. But it's at least, like, tangentially relevant. Where's my ladder? Use my tools. I continue the time-honored power washer tradition of parkouring all over the place. I thought I might stream some more Danganronpa yesterday, but boy, that did not happen. Emphatically did not happen. Except that I'm behind today on my video editing. Interesting. Get the run going there. There we go. I still want a fusion of this and Viscera cleanup detail, where you have sort of the relaxing ease of the scrubbing that you get out of this game, but also the, you know, the horrible morbid nature of Viscera cleanup. You know, just like Pressure Wash Simulator or Power Wash Simulator, but where you're hosing out viscera instead of just dirt. Hey there, Just. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Is this your first time joining us? Sometimes folks lurk. Which is okay. Known fact that free running is a significant part of the power washing profession. Sighty, huh? Something like that? Let me know if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. But yeah, I'm Newt Mechanist. I am generally a variety gaming streamer. I also have cats. Let's see how many of them are visible right now. There are technically 3 visible. The left side we have Sammy snoozing, and then top center we have a conglomeration of Sky and Ember. We zoom in, you can see they are snuggled up together. Definitely same here. There are 2 cats that aren't visible right now. I don't know if they'll swing out to visit. Oddly, the more skittish one is more likely to appear on camera. Or perhaps amusingly. Not as if he's aware that he's on camera. As much they are, they're more thrown off by the fact that there's talking going on. Since normally it's very quiet in here. Missed a spot. Sometimes you can't actually clean based on the target, or if you're close enough, it's based on actual nozzle position. Which is actually nice. There are plenty of shooter games where the position of the weaponry does not actually influence where, like, bullets come from. Yeah. Life comes first, Sidey. The, say, important thing to keep in mind. Now, if you do prefer Twitch, I have started simul streaming, so this is going on Twitch as well. YouTube is technically my primary platform, but you watch where you're comfortable watching from. Some folks prefer the experience on one or the other. Far enough away that we should just give them all 3 barrels here. Firmly in look a squirrel cleaning mode right now. Just clean it as you see it, you know. Which I guess is an advantage if you're cleaning with a water laser. It's, you know, you can just sort of wing it, have some fun with it. It's not like anybody's going to be able to stop you because of, you know, the water laser. I've done that even with a web browser time to time. Periodically switching tabs and closing tabs and realizing that I just closed the whole browser. doing the Tomb Raider content of PowerWash right now. We've been through the main campaign, which I mentioned previously has a remarkable amount of plot and narrative given what we're doing. We did the Final Fantasy VII content, the Midgar stuff, which was also fun. Yep. Assist me, physics engine. It's good times. How's your day been treating you, Sidey? Pretty much anything past even medium range. You bust out the trident. Because you're not too close, trident is the way to go. You get too close, you get little, like, 3 narrow strips through things. That's no good. Little shreds of filth behind. What other Square Enix property would be a good fit? Oh yeah, we talked about it. Wouldn't it be fun to get like a Nier Automata one? Scrub down the little robots. The Yorha satellite. That'd be neat. The success cookies back to back. See, I am actually thinking of making some slight changes to the course to help me learn some new moves. Small hop, army crawling, and a new super jump that I'd like to do whilst running. That's got to be a reference to something. Also practicing flattening myself against walls and peering around corners so I can monitor a power washer's progress without being seen. Cute. It's not as threatening as when Tifa said she was going to send Cloud to check on us. Appreciate the modular design that you can see with this. These are independent crates that are like bolted together. Theoretically mean that you could periodically shuffle the boxes around and alter what the obstacles are. Wow. That was a good one. Maximum mental rewards going on. Isn't it? When I originally saw this game had come out, it was right up there with like lawn mowing simulator and farming simulator in my mind. Like, why would anybody do that? Then I saw it being played, and like, that's kind of neat. And then we fell right down into it. Those precisely, Tess, and that is one of my weak spots in gaming, is that sort of like properly complete all the things, you know. I like that unpacking game. Yeah, little to the it was like little to the left or little to the right or something like that. It's really nice. Around it, I think. Yeah, unpacking had a really kind of bittersweet story to it. Just a little bit more with that brace. Sometimes you can get a little bit of splash going on with it. It's the soothing nature of the power washer sounds, paired with what I would refer to as music to knock my audience out to here. There we go. There we go. corpse. I could use some higher intensity music, but I feel like that's kind of counter to the point. It's soothing. That ought to do it. That ought to do it. I think Sky was grabbing the camera again recently. Ember is a sweetheart, and she's usually somewhere that you can see her on stream. She tends not to be hiding out. Like how you can effectively army crawl with this thing. Yeah, let me know if you'd like to look for other kitties. Just try to keep one on camera at all times. Always switch up. Two of them are a little harder to find, and they tend to wander off. Sky and Ember, we've seen, are frequently visible. Sammy, who is on the big pillow, is often napping somewhere, but she will wander around and eventually go somewhere where we can't find her. But such is Sammy. I have 5 cats, Sadie. when I first adopted some cats, it was a pair of Maine Coon males. It was a pair because, when I was working, I didn't want them to be home all by themselves. So it was a pair of siblings. I think that's kind of a good thing to watch out for. Well, it doesn't have to be exactly like that kind of situation, but making sure that they have the option of companionship, Even if what that ends up meaning is that you just give them some extra attention when you get back, As well, some cats are very independent. Some of them are very social. And just like people, you can have animals that are like they flourish on social activity, like they really want it. You have some that don't. With a lot of cats, I've found that once they recognize that you're not a threat to them, but instead a source of, ear scratches and treats, suddenly the affection starts to flow a little more easily, followed eventually by, them realizing they can push you around. It's always nice. Always nice when a cat is sociable, at least in my mind. I know some folks do adopt cats under the misapprehension that less highly dependent, like that they are completely independent animals, that they don't care about having companionship or interaction. Like any, some of them don't mind as much, but especially once they're used to you, they do want that attention and affection. That I find it personally odd to get a pet that the goal is that you don't have to really interact with the pet. At that point, it becomes kind of a but why scenario. I have actually... I've toyed with the idea of having my Discord bot relay more things into the Discord. One of the things you can do is have one mirror things like Twitch chat into a Discord channel and vice versa. So if you said something in the Discord channel, the bot would say it into the corresponding chat channel, that kind of thing. I would see that as more of a, isn't that amusing, more than a, isn't that useful. Since it would be hard to tell fully what's going on, because it would be the same user repeatedly saying stuff. I am personally still getting used to interacting on so many social media platforms at once, whether it's to just make sure my identity is properly represented by having my name taken on that platform, or if it's to reach out to people, see who's interested. Otherwise, I'm not. I try to be careful of how much I get into it, you know? It is a vector of interaction. Like we were just mentioning with cats. Often there's an amount of interaction, an amount of socialization that each individual needs. It's usually not zero. And it's good to find out what ways you can obtain that to fulfill those needs comfortably. This can be a possible outlet for that, doing my streams. You know, avoiding the whole parasocial, fell in the hole, avoiding the parasocial side aspect that can get into some of the interactions with streamers. Sometimes just that can be enough for folks. And I don't mean, again, don't mean the parasocial side. I mean just participating in chat and listening to somebody talk. That can be sufficient interaction, you know? Ember is remarkably unintentionally photogenic. We got a full big stretch earlier. Nice and clean. Quick cat check while we're at it. I get the feel. I mean, you have to make sure that you're setting aside the amount of time that you need for physical and mental health, but learning to be aware of what those needs are and how to fill them. It's another part of life. Sky. If I can get that full zoom in of Ember there. Nice and cozy. Sammy. All bageled up and snoozing. One of those big squishmallow pillows. There is effectively a cat bagel shaped divot in the middle of it at this point. There we go. Making sure we spot him if Sherbet or Mason make an appearance. Yes, I mean, I appreciate you swinging by and watching, but make sure you take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. That's right. Stream time is generally nap time. Not like every other moment of the day. Fell in the hole. Platformer game physics. You can sort of hover out and around mid-jump. Doesn't it, Aniji? I felt Aniji joining us on Twitch. I felt the same way when I initially heard about PowerWash Simulator. It was like Farming Simulator and all these others where I just did not get the attraction. Like, why would that be fun? Saw a couple of people play it, and it's like, oh, that seems kind of amusing, and here we are. I often feel the same way, Sidey. I was mentioning at the beginning of the stream, my sleep schedule has been very off along those lines recently. Sometimes my brain says, you know what we need to be doing at 5 a.m. right now? Video editing. This is the right course of action. How's your day going, Aniji? Incidentally, I was recommended your services by a mutual friend who would that be? They provided invaluable help on my journeys for a number of years, but now they've gone their way and I've gone mine. I know we had like a archaeologist or something like that in the center, the core story. I believe they're helping you now, so do say hi. I believe that's what they're talking about. Guilty Gear, huh? I've watched some folks play Guilty Gear, and it's cool to watch. But it's the sort of fighting game where I look at it, it's like, and I just nope right out. It's like, nope. I do not have the will to learn to play that. Really cool looking. Rhyme. That forced disconnect there, huh, Niji? Server maintenance being the equivalent of being dragged away. There we go. I find Snapchat to be a very strange animal, but what little understanding of it I have tells me that the sort of person that would add you near midnight on Snapchat is the sort of person that uses Snapchat in general. Their basic audience sort of thing. It's the intense online interaction kind of target. Well, based on your phrasing, it doesn't seem like a oh man, I wonder what happened to that person kind of interaction so much as a, hold your hand up by your face and try to keep walking, pretending that you didn't hear them kind of scenario. Scrubby, scrubby. Oh, don't worry about it at all, Sidey. This is... Most of my streams are very chat-friendly. So do not worry about it. What I'm seeing, at least in this stream, you are not talking too much right now. And this isn't exactly a high-focus game that will distract me from the conversation over much. I guess what I'm saying is that's okay. Your conversation is not a burden. So do feel free to continue. I mean, it's not like you're talking about your Minecraft scale replica of a yacht or something. Exactly, Tess. For a while, Sidey, we had a chat bot that kept entering chat and saying that it was it would say hello, and then it would tell us that it was making a scale replica of a particular cruise liner, a new cruise liner that was under construction in Minecraft. If you asked it a question, it would describe the cruise liner in slightly more detail, and then it would say no more. I think it showed up like 3 or 4 times in a row. Why is that, Sidey? It's got you feeling bad. It was more surreal than a burden. Because when I first encountered them, it was just, oh, this is somebody who's really into cruise liners. And I was legitimately curious, like, are you doing it to Minecraft scale? Are you doing it to a different scale inside the world, like maybe every block is a foot or something, as opposed to, you know, about, is it about a meter or 2 meters or something like that? I can't remember what Minecraft scale is supposed to be. Like a meter per block or something like that, maybe. Anyhow, I was legitimately curious. And then the next time the bot came in, it gave the same spiel, and it's like, what's going on? It's always interesting in EG when you see that they weren't really thinking about server load, despite evidence to the contrary, you know? There's something to be said for enthusiasm with your projects. We've had another artist in the channel now and again that periodically mentions some of their projects. They tend to come in and to watch Danganronpa so far, so they're just as engaged with watching the story unfold. Danganronpa. But we've heard some them talk about some of the projects that they've done and are doing. Frankly, art projects can be pretty cool. It's often neat to hear what other folks are doing or have done or that they're interested in. Like Anichi with those Guilty Gear servers back before it became the norm. You know, the expected behavior that if somebody released a game with multiplayer servers that they would be woefully inadequate day one. I participated in the stress test, the server stress test of Anarchy Online. And they wanted to make sure, you know, do a final pass to make sure that the game was ready for launch. So they opened the doors to a full load level crowd. And their servers were not ready for launch by any stretch. They launched anyway. And the servers exploded, but still. The D&D campaigns aren't terrible tasks. You are passionate about your stories. And I am very passionate about the very strange and volatile characters that I make. Oh. I mean, is it primarily clothing that you sew, Saidi, or other things too? Somebody that was into cross stitch for a while, and I know somebody that knits. I know a couple somebodies that knit. I'd say I've encountered somebody that's fully into sewing. Just not in my experience, you know. And that is both a useful, like, utilitarian skill. Being able to sew means you can save money on clothing long term because you can repair stuff. Or you may be able to repair stuff based on the type of sewing you do. There's also the hobby angle. Like, I've heard some cosplayers make their own stuff, and some people are just into making the costumes that cosplayers wear. All kinds of ways that sewing gets involved, you know. Oh yeah, it can still be a non-trivial expense. But assuming you, I mean, you can look at it as things like a roll of basic denim is cheaper than a new pair of jeans often. I've had a non-trivial number of scenarios where clothing could have been saved if I dedicated a little time to learning to do some basic repair work on clothing, and that can be a money saver. Again, that sets aside the possibility that it's a creative outlay, you know? An and/or situation. Fun as it is, I must admit to a twinge of guilt every time I see that quad bike over there. I must have driven Winston round the bend with my perpetual tire marks through the manor. I rode it everywhere. Even got onto the roof on one occasion. I think I can understand that feeling, Sidey. Normally you're tired around this time. That's kind of what I run into when I can't sleep. It's less about not getting tired so much as my brain is still going, you know? Like, if I can stop and think for a moment, it's like, oh, wait, yeah, I am tired. I should go to sleep. But my brain might be saying, oh, wait, but, you know, look at Twitter. power wash and chill music isn't making you sleepy, we can try a bit of the opposite. Up the tempo a little bit. I mean, we're still going to be playing Power Wash, but, let's change the music. Lend an even more absurd tone to what we're doing in the game. Was it in Stanley Parable? One of the plot lines goes with the narrator talking about how they've come up with a game that's going to be amazing, and it ends up just being this button that you press, and it makes the cardboard cutout of a baby that's crawling to the left towards a fire slide back to the right. That's it. That's all it does. But one of the iterations of the game that they come up with is like more drama, so there's really dramatic music playing, but the gameplay is identical. Still this very mundane, just push the button kind of thing, but there's like epic orchestra music going on. Like a Lord of the Rings sequel could break out at any moment. Got a zip line. Fancy. I haven't really thought about it, but zip lines like that show up in a lot of action games. But are zip lines really such a standard thing in like facility construction? I haven't ever been on a zip line either, Sidey. It's not something that struck me as, fun. Like, hang on to this handle, you're going to fly down this cable at high speeds, don't let go or you might die. Kind of like I never got the attraction of bungee jumping. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to tie you to this elastic cord and we're going to throw you off a bridge. It doesn't seem like a good time. Some folks want those thrills, suspect it will not be the strangest thing that you end up hearing if you stop paying attention for a moment on stream. Is the basis for most of my short form videos are things that get said on the stream. Things that get said on the stream where context doesn't help. The cats are a non-trivial element of the Newt Mechanist experience, Sidey. It is to be expected. We still got the Trident casemate. It's that most of the dirt in here is thin enough so far that I'm not needing it, and it's close range enough that it's kind of a burden to use it. So we're getting a lot of use out of yellow. Don't worry, Sidey. There isn't a lot to get used to or anything like that. I was saying, for a lot of folks that visit the stream or watch the videos, they're there for the cats. I mean, you can see why. Ember's adorable. Needs a little range, then you can bust out the trident for good effect. I have to say that second reason is probably a substantial motivation for a lot of people watching live streams. When you think about it, Netflix banks their entire business model on that. Netflix, you got nothing better to do you? Or it's not like you have anything better to do. Why don't you binge watch some Netflix? Hey there, barbed wire. Welcome. Are doing pretty good today, barbed wire. Well, I mean, we didn't get a lot of sleep, but I got a lot of new thumbnails made, and PowerWash has been fun so far, as we would expect. We've been having some nice conversation in chat. I'm working on a whole bunch of stuff like that for a bit, barbed wire. I want to see if folks end up liking that kind of thumbnail more. I had been using the cats, but you know, the cats are still going to be very much in the stream, so will not be reducing the actual cat experience any. I did not know that, casemate, that barbed wire was considered such a significant agricultural development. I feel like phone typing autocorrect is one of the biggest blights on grammar and sentence construction to ever be created. I would suspect it'd have something to do with improved ability to control the movement of livestock and not livestock. Is that the case there, casemate? When I recall once that was a pasture with an electrified barbed wire fence around it. And the residents there were used to climbing over the fence, in that there were little handles that you could use to unhook a segment of the fence and temporarily break the current, so that you could safely cross. But they had not understood that it only stopped the flow in like one direction. It's meant to be like a very temporary thing, and the one side of it still had some current or something along those lines. It was my first opportunity to see somebody accidentally electrocute themselves. Sort of experience everybody should have at least once, whether on the receiving end or the observing end. I feel both are valuable. Doing a retrospective of your own youth is a interesting learning experience, isn't it, Saidi? Hey there, Dantalium. Welcome to the stream. Is this your first time joining us? Apologies if you have been here before and I have forgotten the name. Glad that you are enjoying it so far. It can be interesting to find out the origin of some technologies. Like, some things feeling like common sense, and it ends up being that they're a relatively recent invention. Like, really? Did we not think of that? And in other cases, something seems like it's so advanced, but you find out, it's been in circulation in other parts of the world, or like even in this part of the world for a very, very long time. Oof, Sidey. That must have been a scary situation. I I am not a fan of heights in that same fashion. I don't like driving on like steep hillsides, anything like that, where even large bridges, as it always feels like I'm on the precipice of a plunge into the void, you know? Don't worry about it. That's an interesting thought there, casemate. The idea of like that during the advance across the Midwest, some of the concepts like the town commons, I don't recall those being carried forward as much. The commons, as in like, you know, the herd could be brought here for communal grazing kind of stuff. No, you're right there, Dantalian. Tess is correct. This one is Ember. So Ember's in the upper right there. Top center, the big floof pile there is Sky. And then on the left side, having a little bath, is Sammy. There is no sign of Mason or Sherbet right now. I have to check. They're sort of tan and white, so sometimes they're stealthy in this environment. Sammy is currently the second youngest. She's got at least 25 to 50% of the size of Ember. Ember is the... Sorry. Sammy's technically the third youngest, but Mason and Sherbet are pretty much the same age. Ember is by far the smallest cat that I've got. He is teeny tiny. No. Soda can for scale. Then if we take the same soda can, let's see. There is your size difference for Sky. I know, right? Now, when I started streaming for a while, and he has since passed away, but one of the cats I had previously was a big male Maine Coon, Tom. He was enormous. At least, oh man, he had to be at least 75% bigger than Sky. And he was at least as floofy, but with, it was denser floof. This guy's got kind of a dandelion fluff thing going. The last few percentages of the cleaning is always interesting. Oh, and if you don't mind me asking, Dantalion, who was it that recommended the channel? Hello, Sammy. Hello, Sammy. Sammy has drifted through to claim her back scratches and head pats. I go through the cat stories often, but Sammy, oh, that is Sherbet passing through. There is Sherbet. Oh, Zoe, like Zoe. Zoe. Yeah, they were on earlier. Oh, yep. Tammy attempting to disable cameras with her nose. She needs to be distracted by head scratches here. Sammy was a feral cat for about a year before she was picked up by the shelter. And she acclimated a little better than her brother, in that she acclimated at all. So I managed to adopt her. Her brother became a barn cat. So Sammy, one, it's lovely that she is becoming increasingly snuggly, but it's always at the back of my mind to remember she is quite fierce and very resistant to claw trimming. The first time I attempted to trim her claws, she sliced me to ribbons. It was a bad time. So I attempt to get like one claw now and again. But she still has her full complement of murder mitts. Sherbet is similar. It's a little easier to get him to hold still. So it's hard to scruff Sammy. She's her neck muscle's a bit too thick. For the most part, I usually don't have to calm them. I mean, they hate going into travel boxes. That's an adventure. That's just gonna say that's an adventure. As far as like light calm down, like just get them to chill out a little bit. Catnip is a good temporary one. There are several of them that just sort of mellow out. I don't have any that just become wired when they get a hold of catnip. Mason and Sherbet can be easily manipulated with what are they called? The brand that I use is called a churu. It is, I've referred to it as a Go-Gurt tube full of meat paste. Sherbet and Mason are wild for them. Ember and Sammy will lick at it a little bit. They show interest, but you have to work to keep Sherbet and Mason from just trying to engulf the whole tube. So, to some extent, they can be lured. It's really only Sammy and Sherbet that are tricky to deal with if it's a circumstance where, like, they need to go in a crate right now. Sammy has gotten better about that. The window between her getting scruffed to be put in something and her drawing blood is much wider than it used to be. Should you question what, Sidey? Oh. I mean, in his defense, now I definitely can't speak for some of the flavors that they consider something that would be like, oh man, cats will love this. You know, salmon chicken. But as much as it becomes a joke to be like, oh man, you know, this person ate cat food, and they talk about, like, eating from the tins of cat food. And it's, even the cheap cat food is actually pretty expensive per unit. Like, it's no worse than some cheap human food, you know? If not better, because there's the expectation that it's nutritional for cats. Now, that said, I'm not going to try it. No intention of trying it, I should say. Because again, some of the flavor combos are disconcerting. I mean, additionally, in Casemate's defense, we are the species, humans are the species that created spam. So I don't really think anything's off the table. It's what plants crave, Tass. I too find myself more fond of cheeses, Sidey. Though my fondness for cheese lends itself only to very mundane cheeses. Alright, what are we missing? Obstacle 1, low boxes. All kinds of boxes on Obstacle 3. Okay. Well, that does change the context of the cheese eating there, Saiti. Open-minded and low expectations is I would say, a key to an interesting life. You will experience many new things and learn to deal with regret gracefully. Obstacle 3 boxes. Oh man, what did I miss there? Oh, I didn't go to the top, did I? Yeah, there we go. Come on, come on. Every now and then I get accidental exposure to something that for most of my life I've contended very firmly that it's like, I don't like this. Like, I find this bad. And then it ends up that, like, a little bit of it gets into something that I'm not expecting to contain it. And I am reminded why I very much do not like it. It'd be like if Green Eggs and Ham ended with the guy throwing up instead of, like, suddenly liking it. Thank you, maybe. Positive reinforcement. With little rock climbing grips. One of you is secretly filthy. Well, 6 brackets. Usually means these things. I mean, it is the proper way to do just about anything, barbed wire. You know, with cat firmly attached. Block steps. Needs framework. There we go. It can be disconcerting when a test sneaks up on you, huh, Sighty? I mean, cat giveth and cat taketh away, barbed wire. Stickle 9 curbs. What happened, casemate? They finally decide to drop the veneer of cordiality and finally duel to the death? Ah, okay. Curbs are these dealies. Thingies, perhaps. Now, the pertinent question, casemate, what kind of dog? Because it can be increasingly amusing if it is it'd be a very silly breed. You know, like a pair of wiener dogs finally deciding that the time has come and they're going to have it out. There we go. Exactly, Zoe. It is one of the driving forces of gameplay in this. Okay, what's next? Pickle 11 boxes, curbs, low boxes, net pins. Okay, all kinds of stuff. Even if they're not actually fierce, you know, they have good projection, you know. Good luck with that, Sidey. I think there are some breeds of small dog that are a lovely exercise in explaining to somebody without context and without saying it's a dog. Like, describe a pug without in any way saying it's a dog. And then behold the horror in the eyes of the person that you're describing it to. Catch you later, Sidey. I have to think that it would turn out like those like what happened with medieval monks trying to write and like redraw and describe things explained to them by explorers. What kind of nightmare creature would they render out having all the traits of a pug described to them? Exactly, Dandelion. It's the terrible result of only being able to explain something in terms of a simile. Like, you can't just say, oh, it had a really long neck or it had a really short neck. It's like, oh, it had a short neck like this. I mean, in the end, some dogs can be terrifying little abominations, but at least they're still sweethearts, you know? Okay, 2 obstacle, 11 boxes. It's the quad bike. It's interesting to watch the longevity of some pets, and often heartening. But that there's often a particular age that a pet reaches where they become old and then effectively immortal until they're suddenly very not. It's like they enter a sort of living stasis. See that replay? Eom. Jeep and motorboat. I feel like that touches back on our little prior comment about describing an animal when without being able to give a proper reference. It's like, oh, it's a type of dog with, where the quote artist rendering and all of that ends up being these horrible nightmare creatures, and then they bring out and show you a little very licky, energetic pug. An artist. I saw an article on an artist that was doing a series where essentially they drew modern animals in the same way that we've been doing artist renditions of dinosaurs. So they essentially took the skeletal layout of animals and gave them all the same treatment that dinosaurs have been given. Like, for example, a goose becomes this horrible, like, scythe-armed nightmare creature. Like, all flesh and muscle and barbed claws, you know? I think some of the cats were especially terrifying because of the way the cat skulls are laid out. Shoo, how these things always seem to find their way to you, just when you need them the most. Sir Prior come. Stranded deep in the Valley of Kings, desperate to give chase to a man who'd betrayed me, when I stumbled upon a set of ignition keys amongst the rocks. Oh, okay. She's talking about how it's like strange how I always have like a boat or a jeep available. It's interesting the amount of inertia that the image of the T-Rex as this like powerful ruler monster, you know, as like apex predator, and the current consensus is that it was essentially a roaming scavenger. I feel like a lot of that is branding, though. You know, Terrible Lizard King is a pretty strong bit of marketing. You know, maybe that's what we need to do. You take some of the poor well, actually, no, we very much don't want to do this because it'll be the same effect on dogs as the fishing industry. But, you know, you rename a pug something like Honorable Godhound or something like that. I'm gonna regret this, but, well, sometimes, Barbed Wire, it might have been a very sweet potato. I mean, if you're gonna do a dad joke, then you gotta make it a one-hit kill, you know? You see one of those vehicles that, at least on paper, is supposed to be about function over form, you know? Never forget the purring engines and thumping beat that blasted out as soon as I turned the key. Thanks for joining us, Zoe. Hope to see you again. We're going to be jumping back into some Phoenix Wright tomorrow. Otherwise, the schedule is on Twitter at the moment. I have to remember to post it to the Discord and to YouTube. Getting there. It's like she's asking me to clean this Jeep after she pulled it back out of the river, you know? Dramatic climax event in an adventure. She, ramps off of the cliffside, hurls herself out of the Jeep as it plunges into the water and takes command of the boat, which she proceeds to, like, ground in a giant mud bank. Added bonus if the whole thing is... Oh, where are the kitties at, huh? I recall, some of the images were the kind that I would expect would be co-opted for SCP illustrations, you know? The motorboat, I've no idea who the original owner was. They seem to be two a penny over there. '90s Venice, you could jump out of a motorboat into the canal, dive under a lock, and find another just the same. She's definitely describing situations in Tomb Raider games. Gotta be. I mean, action movies in general as well, but these have to be specific references. I can just see the writers of these mugging, you know? Scrubby, scrubby. You know what? We're going to go run a little longer, so we're going to take a bit of a break here. I will be right back. And we're back. Kitty's being a little bit put out by the fact that I'm back and it's not food time yet. These handles. Okay. We've got siren and the stabilizer fins. Okay. Bumper, the bed separator, footwell. Yeah, well, switch. Track the kitties. Uh, they get their food at fixed intervals, so they're highly aware when the schedule is not being strictly adhered to. This tire is incomplete. Hey there, Ethan. Welcome to the stream. Is this just your first time joining the channel, or are you familiar with the streams? Just first time talking? Happy to have you. My name is Newt Mechanist. I'm somewhat of a variety gaming streamer. We play a lot of things, but it's mostly more casual stuff. Every now and then something a little different. As may be apparent, my cats feature very prominently in my streams. The one that you can see right now is Sky. There are 4 others that can make appearances. Let's see who's visible right now. Right now, we have, so top center is Sky. Left center is Mason on the pillow. Lower left, just passing through camera, like his tail is visible at the top of it, is Sherbet. And then bottom center down there is Ember. He's looking out the window. Can't currently see Sammy anywhere. She's not one of our usual hiding spots, but yeah. Right now we're playing PowerWash Simulator, running a bit longer than we normally do because I want to play some more. Oh. That'll help. We mostly try to keep it laid back. Aside from this, I'll stream some things. I like nonogram puzzles, so we've done those on stream. Just very straightforward sessions where it's largely just chat and relax kind of stuff. Right now, we are also on a bit of a detective game kick. So Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, we were playing Murder by Numbers. We've added Judgment into it, which is a kind of Yakuza-verse investigation with a lot of brawling added in. Vtubers. There it is. We'll be playing Phoenix Wright tomorrow, and Danganronpa is going to be Friday and Saturday. Doubling up on that since we finished up the main game of Murder by Numbers, and now it's just the nonogram puzzles that were part of it. We'll play that some point at another time. Judgment will be on Thursdays, or Thursday right now. Croft Manor's Maze. Ooh. Interesting. Normally we play from 4 to 7 US Central. But, you know, sometimes I feel like playing some more. Oh, okay. So this is the front of the mansion. We cleaned all this in the first map. Now we're going through this door here, where the filth can be still found. May look daunting at first, but the maze design is quite straightforward. I'm sure you'll find your way around in no time. Why is that, casemate? What was odd about it for you? One quick note. In a recess, you'll find a hatch on the ground that leads to a hidden area in the middle of the maze. If you could clean there too, please, I'd be, as I'm sure it'll all get used come the night. Well, that's ominous. We try to cover a variety of topics. In addition to a casual stream, we're a very educational stream. Whether you'll sleep better for what you learn is not guaranteed. Circling back a bit, Ethan, one of the things is we try to keep the channel is very casual. If you want to lurk, feel free to lurk. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. So glad to have you here watching or listening as you like. Make yourself comfortable. I find myself saying things like circling back quite a bit. It's not a verbal tick like it's more that the things that I talk about tend to lead on wild tangents, and there is often the need to rein them back to what I was originally trying to speak about. Ember has come to microwave my chest for a little bit. He is small and sweet and in the way of the camera. She is a periodic but intensively demanding cat. She will swing over and she wants all kinds of attention. Otherwise, she'll orbit near you. He's watching Sammy walk around because Sammy and Ember wanting lap time there's frequent overlap, and Ember is really touchy about other cats getting in her space. It's fine occasionally, but you can tell when she's had quite enough of them. It's when she's being polite, she'll look very put upon and walk away. Otherwise, there's a lot of hiss and swat going on. Not moving around in the game because petting Ember is a two-hand operation. You stop even a little, she'll either press for more attention or walk away. Hope I hope you don't realize that you can do that intentionally, Sammy. Sammy is demonstrating that a cat nose is as capacitive as a human finger when it comes to cell phone touchscreens. Thanks for joining us, Tantalium. I appreciate you coming, you watching with us, and I hope to see you again. Good to see you again, Barbed Wire. Thanks, as always, for joining us. Ember sees the yeah, okay, stop that. Ember has noticed the movement of the avatar and the PowerWash gun. Well, hopefully she won't manage to accidentally end the stream or something like Sky has managed to do. There is a non-trivial amount of infrastructure that goes into cat-proofing the rig here. So there is a bit of the screen blacked out there, but part of it, zoom. You can see how near the soda can here, right above it, that is an acrylic. It's meant to be a monitor riser. Like, that's what it's sold as. I have it propped up at a 45-degree angle and resting over the keyboard. I call it the cat shield, because only the smallest cats can get under it. Mason will try to worm his way under it from my lap, but none of the others can easily get in there. Sammy occasionally gets close when she's crossing over. But one of the prime reasons for it is like how Sky is laying there. Because if that little gray pillow and the shield weren't there, there's a good chance he would be at least 25% across the keyboard. Welcome back. I know that feeling. I mean, we're streaming past our normal end time right now, so we're in the same boat, But do remember to keep your own health in mind. You are having fun. Fine with the results. Of course, do as you like, but don't, sacrifice your own well-being for a stream. something here. That kind of situation, huh? I mean, throughout education and training, you will encounter circumstances like that where you have made the choice that the preparation that you have done, which can include no preparation, is, as far as you're concerned, sufficient preparation, and that you accept the results. You make your choices, you stand by them, and you accept the what comes of them. A ladder hereabouts somewhere. Little extension there. Hey there, John. Welcome to the channel. Since you're fully new to the channel, I'm New Mechanist, largely a variety gaming streamer. I have many cats. They will feature in the lower left there and sometimes on the full screen. We generally keep things casual, so feel free to chat, ask questions, whatever you like. Today we are playing PowerWash Simulator. We're running the stream a little bit longer than normal. I've actually got this whole thing. It's a pergola. Huh. You know, I've heard that term before, but I never considered what it actually was. Apparently it's this. Pergola. The more you know. Yeah. If you like chatting, that's fine. If you just want to watch, that's fine. If you just want to listen, that's fine. is how we try to do. I do not play Roblox. Let's see. Things that I do play. So our general schedule currently includes things like Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa, detective games. They're not fantastically new. A more recent-ish, several years, is Judgment. We'll be playing a bit of that. Occasionally, we play things like Earth Defense Force. It is also not new. Let's see. We have played Satisfactory on stream. It can be amusing. It's a building game. Casually and occasionally, I do play Final Fantasy XIV, though that's rarely on stream. We've run things like Monster Hunter and Wild Hearts. Those are a little, several of those are a little less casual, a little harder to chat with folks. So we don't do that quite as much, since I do like to be able to talk with you folks while you're watching. At least have a conversation. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet will occasionally leap onto the headrest of the chair. Yeah, very soft, silky fur. Though, when you look at the fur, it's got kind of a cotton ball look to it. Careful when I notice him watching the screen. You can see his ears, top of his head on camera at the moment. I have to be careful when he's watching the screen because he's tried to do a couple of little death pounces. You know, the lurch forward and plant both paws kind of thing on the screen because he saw the mouse cursor moving or something. To avoid doing things like sometimes I fidget and like move the mouse around while I'm talking or similar, and that is a risk if Sherbet is watching. Saw something. He is on alert. I like puzzle games too. They don't have to be hard puzzles or anything. Some types of adventure games are very puzzle centric. I like those. I don't like the ones which are item combination centric. Still feel burned by that strange findings game. Like visually, it had so much going for it. The narrative was decent. but it fell flat with the... You are expected to leverage seemingly random combinations of things in order to proceed. Like, oh man, I need to electrify this this thing in order to proceed. And I've got a hose, and I've got this, standard exposed wire toaster. And you're thinking like, oh, I could like set the hose over top of it, and then I could put the toaster there. Similar, something like that. And it's like, no, you use the toaster to fling at the window, which will break open the window, and then the person in there will get angry and throw their hairdryer out there, which will have an extension cord on it. And then you plug that extension cord into it to electrify it. Hilarious, but impossible to think that it would work that way. My fondest childhood memories involve the hedge maze. As soon as I could walk, my father would plop me in the middle of it and leave me to find my own way out. Do you mean like a collaboration stream or something like that, Ethan? I hope to one day do that kind of thing, but I have not yet. It would largely, planning-wise, it would largely be something that I would be seeking to have a similar theme and audience kind of thing, A lot of streamers operate very differently, and you want to make sure that you don't clash in that regard. Ultimately, one of those things that often just comes down to who watches who, and what they expect, the kind of thing that you can provide. PowerWash Simulator is a game that until we run out of content in it, which we did for a while, and now there's more content, so we're playing through it some more, is one of our it's a cozy game. Simple, it's satisfying. Not very. There's no real intensity to it at all. Well, I mean, if you're looking for an intense experience, it's not the game to pick. It is nice when you're not, or you're looking for the opposite of that. Sherbet is energized right now. kind of leery of that. Not like, hey, man, I wish he would stop and not be energetic. I'm thrilled that he is. Always good when they're running around having a good time, you know. It's more, he's so attached to Sky that I always worry that he has suddenly picked up one of Sky's habits. Suddenly I'll have another one trying to get my attention by, like, flinging things off shelves or grabbing the mouse and clicking and dragging like crazy. Settling for the plush stare above Sky. Favorite game to play. Right now, the game is, I would say my current favorite is Danganronpa. Really enjoying that. I want to play more. Longer term, of games that I have not vowed not to play again. My current favorite is Final Fantasy XIV. I do return to that one regularly and have a lot of good times with it. I don't play it constantly, though. As far as, like, all time, like, if I look at the games that I got the most enjoyment out of, it would probably be Warframe, but I will not play Warframe again. I finally was able to stop playing Warframe, and I'm not going back. All-time games. That would be trickier. Have to be like the old JRPGs, but I can't say that any particular one is primal in that regard. If I had to pick, I'd say Chrono Trigger. But so many of them from that era, when sort of the JRPG was actually a meaningful term, were excellent. The Breath of Fire series was excellent. Of course, Final Fantasy series, this Final Fantasy series was very reliable for me. I really liked everything that was available in the West up through 6 and 9. 7 was good. I did not enjoy it as much as 6 or 9. But I feel like, as far as mainline Final Fantasies, that I haven't encountered any of them outside of that grouping that have been like, that have gripped me in the same way. And some of that's going to be nostalgia and just, you know, my preference as it developed. Like, I don't play or engage with games the same way. Can I? Yes. And I've actually considered watching like a curated reaction kind of list, but I would need to get like some of my channel members or similar that I've worked with for a while to curate that list so that I don't get I don't have to worry about the content. But I have wanted to do something like that. It could be neat. In a overall sense, like, I am not in particular a reaction streamer. Though that concept has become less prevalent over time. Additionally, hello Melinda. Welcome to the stream. Lots of new faces in the channel today, so if you have questions about the channel, about the cats, about what we're playing, or just want to chat, feel free. Ah, okay. Another pergola. The blue flower pergola. Pergola. Say it's a funny word. Feels a bit strange on the tongue. It's not one that is familiar to my pattern of speech. Many ancient labyrinths and mazes were devised by priests and mystics. Citation needed, but sure, go on. Meant to be symbolic of pilgrimage, representing the winding path to enlightenment and salvation. Or, minotaurs. Either way. Potato, potato. Some might say that enlightenment is a flesh-eating half-bull man. It'd be a life-changing experience, that's for sure, Tass. Kitten Brownie in motion has come to a halt for a moment, and we can now see Sherbet at rest. I mean, can't make any promises, Melinda. If it would be a video that ended up being something that would be good for that would work with the stream, with our community, then it's definitely something that could show up. It's, more of a cannot commit. Oh, they actually made it a labyrinth. One, that kind of comment is rude. The worst person on earth kind of stuff. Inevitably, when posting content online, you will encounter people who decide that it's necessary for them to be, usually to be needlessly cruel, in an attempt often to make themselves feel big. Yeah, haha, I made you mad, I made you sad. Which sadly, with the more popular the media that you're working with, such as Roblox, the more likely that is to happen. The younger that the audience that is interested in that kind of thing, it is more likely to happen, though I can't say that it actually diminishes quickly with age. But no, I highly doubt that the content of a Roblox video would make you the worst person ever. Assuming that your Roblox video is not like a racist screed or something like that. I wouldn't think so, but Roblox is a versatile platform for the creation of content. And the exploitation of young would-be developers, but... I would assume somebody was just being needlessly cruel in the comments. Ultimately, I would suggest blocking that user and moving along, because they clearly don't like your stuff. So, they don't need to watch it anymore. Scrappy. Green pergola nears completion. Okay. Circle there. It's interesting to verify if there are cycles in it, and there are cycles. Which is terrible, at least as far as exploration is concerned. There's that hatch. You have to get in there. Reveal to me your secrets, hedge maze. That'd be a... They implied that I could get to it. Because given the narrow aperture, I can't imagine that I can clean it fully from there. Blue flower stone bench. Hatch, maze center decorations, maze center floor. Red and blue. These benches is incomplete. Quite incomplete. There we go. Red flower archway and stone decoration base. I mean, it's unfortunate that you had a bad experience with it, and that is a decision that you'll ultimately need to make. Is this something you're okay subjecting yourself to? That's true of any form of content creation. Art, writing, anything like that, you're going to be subjected to public opinion. Golden gnome. The lawn gnomes being a running gag in PowerWash. Those ancients wanted to show us that the road was often confusing with dead ends and false turns. No, the ancients wanted to show us that a power washer would need to arrive to prevent a global calamity. Aren't you watching the rest of the plot, Lara? These stone decorations are. I know the red flower arch we're going to have to return to. That's a known commodity. Stone decoration given almost everything. Something still missing on this one. Right? Oh, there we go. There we go. Remembered what happened with the last one that was like that. As Tess mentioned sometime earlier, this is a very OCD triggering game. And it can be very hard to stop working on a level once you've started. say that because I remembered to look at the clock, and I do need to be stopping by 9. Definitely. Definitely. Thing that will happen. May feel lost, but you're only ever 1 or 2 decisions away from the way out. Or the Minotaur. Let's just not forget, the classic icon of the archetypical labyrinth, Minotaur. Not like enlightenment or escape, Minotaur. Mazes teach us to be patient, to be mindful, calm, and centered. Like, I feel very confident that in one of the iterations of a Lara Croft game, they did have a, Minotaur-style monster show up in a maze-like setting. It feels too likely given the genre. Having baddies with Anubis masks on in an Egyptian setting. It's artists and writers seem to have some obligations that they have to tick off in those kind of scenarios before they get to do the stuff they want to do. Thanks, I guess. Be taken a bit back of the hand, but I'm going to assume it was complimentary. All right. Almost done with the maze center. We still have to find out what stone decoration is. Not like all of the other stone decorations we've been scrubbing so far. We can do it. We got enough time. Now, these could be like just terribly generic statues, but I wonder if they're, they could just be a riff on an existing one, or it could be an existing statue. But I wonder if we're seeing some of the same things that we've seen before, or if this is just, Lara Croft reference. Statue. Before we had the time travel influenced ancient culture that had power washer symbolism all over it. But I'm expecting that, given that it's the Lara Croft content, that it is not that integrated. It's done solo toasting, so he's going to go over and snuggle up with Sky again. Okay. Anything I missed before I move on? Flower pots. A center stone bench. Come on now. There we go. All right, thanks for joining. Oh. Oh, nice. Vertical view. Haha. Very cool. Very cool. All right, well, next time we pick up, it will be the Croft Manor treasure room. Let's see what kitties here. Those time lapses are some of the best parts for it. It's an excellent reward for completing it, isn't Casemate? It can be kind of funny because the time lapses don't include like ladders or anything like that. So there will be times when the character like spirals up into the air. But they're still cool looking when it happens. Got a triple kitty going on there. You got Ember up at the top of the screen, Sherbet and Sky down here at the bottom. Technically, on the other side of the cat screen is also Salmon. Good times. Good times. Oh, but I do hope you folks enjoyed a nice casual Power Wash Monday. I think it's still a good way to start out the week is with a really casual session, whether that's puzzles or something like Power Wash. Maybe if we can find another simple puzzle-based adventure game. All good. Nice and laid back. Now, again, the schedule for this week, Phoenix Wright tomorrow. We have Judgment on Thursday. Then back-to-back Danganronpa. It's Friday and then Saturday. Wednesdays and Sundays, as usual, are buffer days. If I do something on them from a stream perspective, it is not planned. And I reserve the right to do extra streams or run a stream longer any day that I'm streaming. Such as today. But again, I want to thank all the new folks for joining us tonight. And I hope everybody has a good night. We are going to set up a raid on Twitch. Then we will wrap up here, pushing some buttons. Okay. Here, let's go bug Flexi. Flexi's playing Noida. So for those of you that are going to be joining in on the raid, unleash some death on him because he's doing voting Noida. Again, good night, everyone.